then let's continue where we left off from last week. We made the lightning ring. We made the lightning ring, and what we are going to do today is we had a couple of bugs the last time we made the lightning ring, right? It stops working after a while. I'm gonna find out why. And there was another bug, it's the tip of my tongue, but I can't recall. But let's fix the lightning ring, and then we will see what other bugs are there. Once that's done, we will move on to creating two weapons for today. I don't think we can finish creating two weapons. We have the whip and we have the axe. So let's see how much we can get done. And just give me a moment to sort out the stream contents over here. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to put a live chat here. Anyway, let's get started. So, I'm gonna play the game for a while because I haven't touched the project for almost a week. So last week, this was where we left off. We gonna maximize on play. So we have a character, and if we slay some enemies and we get the lightning ring, what's gonna happen is, okay, let me get the lightning ring. Okay, I remember the other bug now. So the other bug is that the weapon scriptable objects, recall we had scriptable objects here, and in these scriptable objects we are able to set the behavior for these weapons, whether it's an aura weapon or so. As we add more weapon scripts, we will have more behaviors to choose from. So the thing is that when we save these behaviors, they don't always save. So it's probably something to do with the serialization of the object, which I will get to later. So let's figure out why the lightning ring isn't working first. And to do that, we have to get an upgrade for the lightning ring. Okay, no lightning ring yet. Okay, so we got the lightning ring. So what happens with the lightning ring is that if I select the ring, if you go to debug mode, if I go to debug mode, debug tongue type. If I go to debug mode over here, and if you watch the cooldown of the lightning ring right here, the lightning ring is supposed to fire every time the cooldown finishes, but sometimes it just stops. Yeah, so now it works. It works for a short while and it stops working after some time, and that's the annoying thing about this. So it's still working. We'll release a video soon about how the lightning ring effect is made. It's just a summary video. But we're gonna wait until the lightning ring stops working. It's gonna stop working in a bit. Okay, still working. Still working. Still working. Still working. Let's level it up. Did I just run out of enemies? Okay, let's try this again. So as you see, one emerging problem that we have is that as we code more and more features, it takes us longer and longer to test these features out. So sooner or later we might have to do let's say a developer console or something that allows us to set the character level in a faster manner. Okay, so let's try this. We're gonna increase the number of enemies on the level so that you know we can have more stuff to play around with. Let's go to the enemy spawner, and I'm gonna just create more waves. So wave 11. It's just more and more waves. Let's play around with 13, 14. Wave manager is probably something that we have to change as we go along, so that it's not as manual as it is now. Right now, the wave manager that we have is very manual. We have to manually key in every wave that we want to spawn. So if we change up that system, then you know the game becomes more organic, and probably it's gonna be better to design for. Right now, it's a little difficult to design for. So let's use now, right? A wave interval plan. What else do I have to fix? Okay, so I've increased the wave count, so now the game should last for longer. And save this. Let's go with the knife character. So after we fix the spawner, there are quite a couple of things that we can improve. So we can improve the spawner first, and after that we can improve the way the terrain is randomly generated. I think that can be useful to fix as well. Okay, so now we have the lightning room. And it works. So what I suspect is happening is maybe it stops working if there are no enemies to strike for one cooldown. Let's see if it still works now. So I think I found the issue here. Issue here is that this attractor thing is having a lot of problems. The experience and everything. So the issue is that the cooldown, if there is one cycle of the lightning ring where no enemies are found, then the lightning ring stops working. I think that's the issue. So let's try and get the ring again, and then we'll confirm if that is true. Okay, I'm not getting the ring. Need the lightning ring. Okay, so now we have the ring. Let's look at its cooldown. So whenever the enemy is in the map, it seems to work fine. But once I run out of enemies, then it stops working. Like if there's one frame, or rather if there's one activation where there are no enemies, then the lightning ring will stop working for a while. So let me show you an example. Stop working. I'll stop working even with enemies. So maybe we have to go into the weapon and see what is going on. Okay, let's I'm gonna do a print over here to see which is the enemy that has been struck. So this can, because if the lightning ring stops working after a while, I'm not very sure why, so we have to go through the whole function for making the weapon attack, and then from there we have to backtrace and see which parts of the code isn't working. So whenever a code doesn't work, it's 99% of the time it's our fault. It's never the code's fault, or never the platform's fault. So that means that somewhere in our logic we missed something, and then we have to find what the thing is. And if your code is long, then this can be pretty difficult to trace out, but it's something that you have to go in there and do anyway if you want your code to work. It's something that debugging is something that can be very difficult to learn, but it can also be very rewarding to learn, because so with coding, the main challenge really a lot of the times isn't that it's difficult to learn how to code. Rather, the difficulty is in learning how to debug, because writing the code is easy, but it's getting the code to work that is difficult. If I'm making sense here. So when you're learning code, oftentimes you're just trying to find content from existing syllabuses, right? So writing code is often just an exercise in, you're copying code or you're referring to someone's code. That is the easy part. And when you write your own code, you can break down whatever you need to do into smaller pieces. It's not very difficult to write code, but the challenge really is when you write code, you're always gonna run into errors. So then when you run into errors, how do you deal with them? That's what determines whether programming eventually can become a line of work for you or not. It's whether you have the patience to debug stuff. So now the lightning ring isn't working. So let's look at the messages here to see what might be the cause of this. So there are no messages shown here. Our message basically is just the name of the target, right? And the code that we have here. You recall, we are trying to print the name of whoever the lightning ring struck. But if we look at the Unity console, it doesn't seem like anything is being printed. So it prints when we strike an enemy. Lightning ring can attack through. These are some old messages that I have. So it looks like it did some prints at other parts. Lightning. Okay, there's a debug log here. Let's try doing debug log. And let's do a more proper message. Lightning ring struck this target. Lightning ring can attack. Do we need this? I don't think we need this. Yes. Yeah. So there are no messages that are being printed when the lightning ring stops working, it seems. Let's have a look at the console, and then we will let the ring cool down and see what happens. So what we have here instead is a null reference error. Why do we have a null reference error? It's under player movement, so player movement. Let's go back to normal and let's debug the player movement script. So it's line 40. Line 40 is here. The game manager instance. There is no game manager instance in the C. So the error is here. So again, what a null reference is essentially somewhere in the chain, something is empty, and it seems like our game manager instance is not there anymore, which is why the player movement code is going wrong. Why is the game manager not there? Valid. Lightning ring works. And let's get one more. So now it stops working. The game manager is there now, it's not going missing anymore. Okay, we'll get back to the game manager issue later on. So our lightning ring is cooling down, but it's not firing. I'm watching the console over here to see messages that have been spawned. Nothing seems to be spawned. So this means that the attack function is not firing. Seems very possible. Where is the attack function? That is the whole function. So let me just print something else. So the lightning ring probably altogether just stops attacking if certain conditions are met. Which I'm not sure what is the condition in the moment. So we are gonna test this out again. Lightning ring. It's up now. Okay, let's watch this. Okay, so now it stops working. So when it stops working, it seems like the attack is still initiated. It was initiated a couple of times, right? Okay, let's see if it still fires this message again. Attack for lightning ring initiated. So the attack function works. Nothing else does though. So the attack works. Let's move this message down. Attack for lightning ring initiated. Let's see what's here. Okay, so it works. The ring worked for the first time. How many more times will it work? Let's see. Attack for lightning ring initiated. Lightning struck the bad clone. Struck the bad clone. I need more enemies to strike, otherwise it will stop working. So it's not exactly that if we have one round of enemies that the lightning ring misses, then it stops working, because it's still working. So why does it randomly stop sometimes? Okay, it continues to work. Continues to work. I'm just trying to avoid the enemies and just keep letting the lightning ring fire. Okay, stop working now. So does the attack initiated fire? So it always used to fire until it stops working, right? Let's filter out messages. Okay. So the message keeps spawning until it stops spawning. Now it stops spawning altogether. So what this tells me is that the issue is with this area. So if there is no projectile assigned, set the weapon on cooldown. So over here, there is always a projectile assigned, so this shouldn't be a problem. So the problem is under can attack, which means I was probably on the right track the last stream when I put the message here, lightning ring can attack. This will be either true or false. Okay, I was on Visual Studio. So what I did was I removed the message here because the code is right here, because when we put the message on top here, the message keeps showing up, but once we put the message below here, it stops showing up. So it stops showing up only because the code comes here and it returns false over here. So this causes the code to fail, which means if we want the lightning ring to stop bugging out, we have to figure out what's wrong with this condition, because sometimes when the lightning ring can attack, the lightning ring is still incapable of attacking. So if I were to remove this message, we really have to test this because the heat effect is always assigned. So there is no reason why it shouldn't work. So in the last stream, I probably was on the right track when I left this message over here, but it's been a week, so I forgot what I did last week. So let's save this, and then we can try testing the code again. So it stops working now. So it stops working because active weapon. Is there a message that says that lightning ring can attack? Over here there is. Lightning ring can attack is false. Lightning ring. So let's see if we get more of these messages. Are there more of these messages? So actually so the issue is actually not with can attack, the issue is with the heat effect going away. So that is what we have to figure out. Okay, let me show you this again, the editor. Lightning ring. So what the problem is if you look at the lightning ring controller here, there is a VFX here, but somewhere along the way the VFX gets destroyed and then the attack cannot happen. And this happens when we level up. Interesting. Okay, I found the error finally after half an hour. So the issue is because in the code there is little error that was causing this. And that error is that error is result as to effect. Shouldn't this be now? The knife doesn't have a problem when it's leveling up. Sorry, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue where we left off. So we left off at the leveling for the lightning ring weapon. So for the lightning ring weapon, it seems like the hit effect is getting replaced when we level up. So this hit effect here doesn't apply to level 2 and etc. The strange thing though is that if we head over to the lightning ring, we head over to the knife weapon, even if we do not assign a projectile prefab here, the projectile prefab is not replaced, but the aura seems to be replaced, and we have to figure out why. But in the code, I can't pinpoint what is the issue here, because it's all the same, right? Projectile prefab, aura prefab, and hit effect, they're all the same. So what this code does is, if there is a new description, then you replace with the new description, otherwise you will use the old description. Same thing with the projectile prefab, same thing with aura prefab. So it doesn't make sense that the hit effect is getting replaced after leveling up. So like if you look at a knife, for example, if we level up the knife, it doesn't really affect the knife itself. Like the projectile is still gonna be there. So the knife over here has a projectile that's assigned. And when we level it up, the knife projectile is not replaced. So it's strange to me that the particle system will get replaced. Lightning ring here. Oh, I didn't share this. I shouldn't share my screen, sorry. Let me just show you the whole thing again, since I forgot to share my screen last time. So we have the knife. And okay, let's grab the ring first. So for the knife, when we level it up, the projectile still stays on. But the lightning ring doesn't. So if we just keep that lightning ring at level 1, it will keep working until we level it up to level 2. Then the particle goes away. It goes missing. Which doesn't really make sense to me. Because The problem now is that because this is an entire system, so if the system doesn't work and it's because of the codes in the system, then we've got to find out why. Otherwise, the entire weapon system will be buggy. So I gotta find out why the lightning rings hit effect goes away on its own. So under weapon, we have two level up. What's the weapon script? So one thing we can do is we can debug the addition of stats right here, and what is the name of the weapon that we have? Name is called lightning ring. Okay, so let's do, if it's just a temporary debug code, S1 name equals to lightning ring, and we print S1 lightning ring level 1 effect. And this. So we're just printing out the hit effect for level 1 and the hit effect for level 2. So what this is designed to do is only if level 2's hit effect is assigned, do we use level 1's hit effect. Sorry, if level 2's hit effect is assigned, do we use level 2's hit effect. So let's test it out. Lightning ring level 1. Level 1 still. So the level 1 lightning ring always works. And once we level up, we will get a message here. Okay, let's do that level up. Where's my messages? Lightning ring level 1 hit effect is now, and level 2 hit effect is now, level 1 instead. then what is getting replaced? Does it make sense? See, it's getting replaced with the noun value. Okay, we have to, let's go here. Let's print another message. Selected effect. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna just copy this whole command. Why is it selecting as to though? So once we upgrade this, lightning level 1 effect, level 2 effect is now, and selected effect is now. Goodness. So there is only one thing left to do then, and that is to ask ChatGPT. think we just have to change the way, so I'm just reading through the notes over here. And what I was asking these notes is, why is it that this operator works for particle effects, but it doesn't work for particle effects? So when we use the null, this is called the null coalescence operator, and what it does is, if this value is null, it will select this value. But as we clearly saw, when this value is null, this value is anyway selected, so we can never get to the S1 deleted. So the question becomes, maybe we gotta change this to express this a little bit clearer. If this is equal to null, then we select S1 to effect, otherwise we select S2. It's a simple fix. Might solve the problem, or might not. We will just have to see it. So let's test this out. We have a null reference. Let's catch this. Oh, it's for the chest. Okay, let's get back to the chest after we finish the weapon system. Okay. Okay, so now we have level 2 of the lightning ring. Let's see if this worked for us. Now it works. And we have 4 lightning bolts. Why do we have 4 lightning bolts, huh? Oh, just 3. It's not 4. Now we have 5 bolts. Why do we have so many bolts, huh? Thought it was only 4 bolts. The settings, but it's a lot of lightning bolts. Okay, so we fixed the issue. Lightning increases by 1. This shouldn't increase by 1, right? And this again increases by 1, and so on. Okay, so that's fixed. Took us an hour to do it. Next thing we have to fix before we start working on the whip is, when I close and open my projects, the values are not saved. I probably have to consult ChatGPT for this as well. Unfortunately. So what the problem is that the behavior for these are not saved. The behavior is not shown. So if we're not able to save the value of the behavior always, and I have to find out why. And I don't want to print everything out manually. Let me grab all the code here and paste it into ChatGPT to find out what's wrong. In my editor, script, the behavior attribute that I can save. Value selected, that's not persist, and close project. Why is that the case? The behavior view on behavior I will expect. The hiding inspector attribute is used to hide a serialized field from the Unity inspector. While it hides the field from the inspector, it doesn't necessarily prevent the field from being serialized and saved in the project settings. If the field is still not persisting, the hiding inspector might not be the issue. If you are using script, the issue likely lies in how you're updating and saving the weapon data object. ChatGPT is such a good thing, right? Now you don't have to analyze your own code. You can have it analyze code for you. The code you're updating weapon data behavior with the selected value from the drop down, it appears that this is intended to save the chosen behavior as a string. However, it's possible the issue is with how the string is being stored and retrieved. Unity's serialization system saves data for mono behavior when it's part of a serialized object, such as prefab, scene object, or scriptable object. To ensure that the weapon data object is serialized properly, you should make sure that the weapon data class is serializable. Inherits from the scriptable object class or has the serializable attribute and the behavior field is serialized. Here is how you can modify. Where are the changes? Set 30. Mark the object as 30 to ensure the changes are serialized. So I've got to check whether this line is correct. That's what chat is saying, and I've got to add this line in as well. So let's add this line in first. Is editor utility set the in the context of Unity, dirty means an object has been modified or updated, and these changes need to be saved or serialized. When you mark an object as dirty, Unity will take care of saving these changes when necessary, such as when saving the scene or the project. So editor utility says that set dirty basically makes Unity save the object's value. Okay, I think this might solve my problem. If this does, we can move on to the whip right away. So we update the behavior field. YouTube's it's playing the wedding music. Let me just move ahead. I don't know why it's playing wedding music for me. So editor utility. Okay, so let's just leave it as it is for now. Next stream we'll find out if this works. So all the weapons are properly tagged now, right? So if this works in the next stream, we'll still have the same thing. So I think we can move on to creating the whip and creating the axe. The whip. So for the whip, same thing as the lightning. The first thing we have to do is find a suitable effect for it. And I think I have just the effect in mind. So let's go to... So we actually have a Metroidvania tutorial. And there is one tutorial that deals with the attacks. And in this tutorial, we actually have an attack effect that we can actually use for the whip as well. So animating the attack, activating the animations. These are attack settings. Sword slashes as attack. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Collection of sword. So this can be used as the whip, right? The whip effect. Oh wow, look at that. So we can use the whip. Okay, let's be nice and send them some money. Let's give them $10, shall we? Okay, so let's just give me a moment to make the dono for them. Okay, I'm gonna switch the screen for a while I make payment. So we're using someone else's assets and they ask for donation. I'll be glad to oblige. Okay, so we've got the Sword Slashers asset pack. And let's download that. And let's see what we have. Okay, I'm just gonna show the. Here is what I have. We have white slash thin, white group slashes, probably what we don't want, and white slash white, which is kind of. This is actually the best for the whip. This isn't as good. So with sprites like that, what I like to do is I actually like to assemble them in a sprite sheet first. I think the sprite sheets make the asset a lot faster, and then you can get so with sprite sheets, the idea behind sprite sheets is that if you need to load multiple images, you will need to access different areas of the hard drive, so this will make loading the assets slower. Whereas if you put everything into one file, then when you load the file, it's only one file. If you need to load multiple files from your hard drive, it's always going to take longer than if you only are loading one file. This is why having a sprite sheet is preferred. So I'm going to create a sprite sheet out of the assets that we have. Let's see how many pixels. This is 500 by 400. So we have 6 of them. So this means we have to double this. This is 1100, and this will be 123. And let me open up rulers on Photoshop. And we want the ruler to be in centimeters. How do I change that? In the preferences, units and rulers, and I want the rulers to pixels. There we go. So it's 550, right? Then 400. So I'm just drawing these guides here so that I can very easily place in the rest of the image. Can't get this to be precisely yet. How do I clear rulers? Do I clear guide? Clear. Clear guides. So let's try it again. 550. 550. 5 is here. 400 and 800. Okay, perfect. So now I just gotta move in the other files. See, with the guide it's a lot easier to align everything. File 3. File 4. File 5. File 6. And we have our whip effect. So once we have the whip effect, let's compress everything into one image. And I will also, so one thing that you want to do with your textures, right? With your textures, okay, now we have a bit of a problem actually. Because we need to have the textures be around the same size, which means, okay, let's recreate this. This should be 220, sorry, 120. So we have a square right here. The reason we want a square is because later on we're gonna reduce this texture to 1024 by 1024. So if we are doing that, then we will have to shift the guides around, or should we say, okay, we don't have to shift the guides around, but we do have to shift our images around a bit. So let's place all of them in. This guy has to be right in the center. This guy, sorry. This guy as well in the center. This guy in the center. And center. Center. So file 1, so right in the center. Okay, so now we have our sprite sheet. The reason why I expanded the sprite sheet is because sprite sheets, any image really, it's always best to have them in powers of 2. So the best, the closest would be 1024. So if you look at images, right, with all images that we have in our game, we always want to keep them at a multiple of 2. So that will be usually it's 1024, 512, 256, or 128. If you go lower, it's 64. Otherwise, it's 32. Otherwise, 16 and 4, 2 and 1. So the reason we want to keep our images in multiples of 2 is because computers are binary, and then they deal with numbers that are in multiples of 2 a lot easier. I mean, there's a lot of math that we can go into right now, but probably I should save that for an article for when I'm on holiday and I have time and I can put together an article while I'm on the beach or something. But well, rule of thumb just is that your images just keep them at multiples of 2. That will be very helpful in getting your software to optimize them, or rather Unity to optimize them. So I have my images in this image in the power of 2, but our game is pixelated, right? So how do we convert this into pixel art? There's actually a couple of ways you can do that. The way I like to do it is if you just make the image real small, it will anyway become pixelated. And there you have it. Yeah, so that's one way to do it. Let me think about how small I want the image to go. 256 seems pretty okay as well. 256 is still too clear, isn't it? 128. How big do you want the width effect to be? Is the question. A bit this big. 128 seems to be perfect. So let's save this. We will save it as a PNG because there's transparency, right? And let's just save it at the desktop for now. I'm gonna call this the whip. And so usually after I save an image, I usually like to just compress it over at compresspng.com. It's really useful. So it just makes the files very optimized. And next thing I will do is import it into Unity. So let's go over to our art folder and VFX. So we have lightning, we have garlic, and now we have a whip. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can actually save. I was just thinking about saving it as black and white. Not sure if that will work. To optimize the image more. Let me just show you. So mode grayscale. If we discard color information, right? If we discard color information, we can get the file to be even smaller, which will be fantastic, This will be 9 kilobytes. What was the previous file size? 7 kilobytes. Is this really 9? So we have the whip. How big is this file? 10. It's actually bigger when it's grayscale. Strange. It's compressed to 65. What is the size of this? Size of this is 3 kilobytes. Size of this is 3.62. This is 3.61. The colored version is actually smaller, surprisingly. So let's import the colored version into the Unity then. We just wait. And then we do the same thing. We go to the sprite editor. We set this to multiple. Go to the sprite editor. We start slicing sprite. So create by cell count. This will be 2 columns, 3 rows. And this gives us why do I get so many 3 rows and 2 columns? how big is the width? 128 by 128, right? So that means that if it is 128 by 128, 128 divided by 3. Oh, let's give this one. Okay, I was wondering why there's a gap. I think it's just because 128 is not divisible by 3. Anyway, we'll just work with it. Unless 256 is divisible by 3. 64 divided by 2 will work as well. Okay, there's no way we can slice this and have it divisible by 3. Never mind, let's work with it. So our whip is here. Let's go to the game scene. And let's game scene. And we will zoom in into the scene itself. And let's drag out the whip effect. So the whip effect is extremely small unless we increase the pixels per unit. So if we set it to be 64, it gets a bit bigger, not big enough, about 25. So for the whip, we probably want it to be stretched out a little bit more, because the whip has pretty long range. And I'm gonna use a particle effect to animate this whip as opposed to using a animator, because I think that particle effects are a lot easier to get animations out of actually. So let's do that. So the particle system. I always set the rotation of the particle system to 0. It's just the thing I do, because it's a lot easier to work with particle effect if the orientation of it and everything is set up properly. Sorting layer will be foreground. Then we will activate texture sheet animation. And there will be 6 sprites that we use, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we change this to FPS use, this is what we have. The background music is just perfect, right? And then we want this to be a burst with just 1. And what else do we want? Okay, we don't want the animation to be over lifetime actually. To be over frames per second, I want it to be lifetime, so that the animation will just play out right there. And we don't want shake because we want the particle to always appear in one place. And lifetime, let's set it to 0.3. Start size, if we set, say 4. Does that work? It's not snappy enough, right? It should be faster. Even 0.2 is not fast. 1.5. Does this work? What if we have count of 2? Okay, let me randomize the lifetime to make the animation more dense. 1.5. So there is some overlap in. So what I'm making is I'm creating 2 particles instead of 1. So it makes the entire thing thicker. And for the start size, I'm actually gonna not random, sorry. Let me just do, we just want to stretch the x-axis across, right? It looks more like a whip now. If we have 1 particle only, right? Okay, sorry, just playing around with the attributes here. Just bear with me for a while, yeah. I think 2 would look nicer. And we have 0.1. So now we have the particle. And as usual, as with the lightning, we want to head over to the renderer, and we don't want to have any limits to the particle size, so we're gonna set the max particle size to 100. Yeah, so that if we zoom in, the particle is allowed to get very big. And yeah, there we have it. And I'm gonna pause the particle effect, reset it, and I'm gonna just look at that. That will be a whip. So I'm just gonna get the whip totally out here like that, and I can set a collider for the whip as well. So this whip can serve as a projectile, right? This whip. So the whip is basically, we can treat it as a projectile that doesn't move actually. So let's call this the whip projectile. The animation doesn't loop. And as usual, we also want the stop action to be destroyed. So what the stop action do is, after 1 second, then this destroys the entire object. So whatever the duration of the particle effect is, this is how long the effect will last. Actually, it shouldn't last for that long, right? It should last for just 0.2 seconds, because that is how long the effect stays for. So I'm just gonna set it to 0.21. So it comes out and it very quickly is gonna destroy itself. Okay, again, notice that I'm using a particle effect to do the animation, because I think it's a lot easier to use particle effects with a sprite sheet, because then you don't have to create an animator for your effects, which I prefer a lot more. I like to do everything in particle effects. That's just a very convenient way of doing things. So what's next is adding a collider. So the simple way would be to add just a simple box collider 2D. Then why is the box collider not showing? Because the size of it is 0. So 1. This gives me a box collider, and again I want to show the whip. Then I can set the size of my collider. Does this make sense? This whip is active for way too long, man. It's active for 0.2 seconds. Does that make sense? Okay, let's just leave it as it is for now, and we'll fix it later. So the whip actually should ideally only last for a single frame. It shouldn't last for that long. If you play fighting games like Street Fighter, for example, right, all their moves, the attacks do not last. The hitbox for the attacks do not last for so long. They only last for, if an attack lasts for even like, what typical attacks last for like 2 or 3 frames out of 60. So that's, if you were to convert it to seconds, how much would that be? So a typical attack would last for 3 frames, right? And then that would be 0.05 seconds. Our attack lasts for 0.2 seconds. That's about 12 frames, which is a lot of frames. Maybe we can make the whip shorter on the animation. So 1.16 and 1.6. Because the collider is very big as well. So maybe we can also make the collider a bit smaller. Does it work? I think this works pretty well. Move this closer to the character. Yes, so the next thing we have to do is to figure out how to get the code. So the whip is very much like a projectile, so we can actually extend the projectile weapon script, right? I think we can do that. We can make the whip a projectile first. And the whip basically just lasts for a short amount of time. Doesn't move at all. Okay, let's create a whip scriptable object. Now that we have the projectile over here. So scriptable objects, weapons, let's create a new folder. We can actually file all the weapons into, we don't have to have a folder for a weapon. Let me just reorganize everything a little bit. So just gonna put the lightning ring all in the weapons folder like that. It's more accessible. So these will be our new weapons. Fire 1. Then we can delete the extra. So these will be obsolete. I don't know how we can just leave them as they are actually. So create weapon data with and I will be going to just to see what the stats of the whip are. Text horizontally passes through enemies. Whip creates slash effect horizontally, then frontally originates from the character's torso, damaging all enemies in the area. Text horizontally passes through it. So for the behavior, temporarily we will just treat it as a projectile weapon. Let's select the sprite for it. Oh, there we go, we have a whip. Seeing there's more suitable color to choose from. Okay, whip. Projectile, let's leave it empty first. Lifespan. Lifespan will be just 0.2, right? Damage, how much damage does it do? Damage it does is 10. So 10. Let's give it a variance of say just 2, right? Know how much variance it has. Area is just 1 at the start, right? So area means the more it increases, the more we have to increase the size of the projectile. So area is a percentage value that we have. Speed will be 0 because it doesn't move. Cooldown will be, how long is the cooldown? Cooldown is 1.35 seconds. 1.35 seconds. Projectile interval. Projectile interval is when you have multiple whips, then they don't come out all at the same time. So the front one comes out first, and then the back one comes out, and so on. So projectile interval will be 0.1 seconds. Let's figure out how to make use of all of that later on. And knockback 1. Number is just 1. Right? For the first level, there's only 1 whip. Piercing will be, because it passes through everything, right? Piercing will be, let's put 99 for piercing. Max instances. Max instances will be 99 as well. I think that's fine. Max level. Max level is, how many levels again? 8 levels. So 2 level 2. fires one more projectile. Base damage per 5 is 33. So fires one more projectile, this will be just one more. Then level 3. Base damage up by 5. Means base damage here up by 5. Level 4 is gonna be the same, right? It's just alternating. Area up by 10, base damage by 5. It's a bit different. Level 4. Area up by 10. So 10% increase will be 0.1. And base damage up by 5. And then level 5 will be base damage up by 5 again. So by default, there's only 2 projectiles that the whip can fire. I'm thinking of how to code it now. Sorry, it's just running through the code in my head. So no increase in area. So increase in area, no increase in area. And level 6 is gonna be an increase in area again. So level 6 will have the same values as level 4. Level 7, level 8 will be the same thing. Let's just duplicate this. Level 8, area 10, base damage up by 5. And I think we have our whip here. Projectile weapon, so it spawns projectiles. And so how do we implement this? Let's turn this into a prefab. So let's add a projectile opponent here because this is a projectile, right? And the stats we don't have to worry about. Has auto aim, has no auto aim, so it's just going to be left and right. So let's just put a projectile here, and I think that's about it really. Set this. So weapons, projectiles. Fire one projectile, knife projectile. Now we have whip projectile. We can actually spoof up the fire one fireball a little bit by giving it a bit of animation. Or we can just flip the sprites, really. So maybe we can try this later if we have the time. We can just do this, and then this will make the animation work. Simple, but it works, you know. So we can try that later. Let's get the whip working first. So we have a whip weapon now. If we were to add the weapon into the pool of available weapons over here, we should be able to access it. Let's add one more, and this will be whip. We probably have to start creating new characters for the different kinds of weapons that we want to have, right? Otherwise, we have to play through everything and start slow. Kind of level up until you get the weapon, otherwise. Whip. So how the whip will appear is... Oh, the whip is not appearing at all. Whip controller. Debug. Oh, that's because there is no projectile set. I'm sorry. Forgot to assign that. Scriptable objects, weapons, whip. So I'm making it a projectile weapon, and we have to assign a projectile over here. So let's log this. Go to prefabs, weapons, projectile, whip, projectile. And I think this should fix the whip issue. Where's our whip? It's not appearing. Ah, there we go. So the whip appears like that. So we will have to write a script to... Okay, there's a problem with the whip right now because it has a collider. The collider is affecting the movement of the character. So the whip over here shouldn't have any... the box collider 2D over here shouldn't be a collider. It should be a trigger. Where's my whip? Still no whip. Don't have any whips. Where's my whip? It's not coming up. Okay, let's try this again. Getting too powerful. Still no whip. It's getting harder and harder to get a weapon anymore. No whip. Ah, there we go, whip. So does the whip kill stuff? Should kill stuff, right? Okay, so we have to figure out how to spawn the whip in specific positions, and I'm trying to think about whether we can do this using the projectile weapon script instead of coding a whole new weapon. So if you look at the scriptable object for weapons here, I want to be able to label it as a projectile weapon. Just simplifies everything, right? Because most of the weapons are projectile weapons. And from there, so for the knife, how we varied the spawn of the knife is we used spawn variants, but maybe that's not the best way to do it, because if we want to accommodate the spawn patterns of multiple kinds of projectiles, we will have to have a more versatile way of encoding the spawn patterns of the projectile. You know what, let me I'm gonna have to go and take a walk and have a think on this. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Gotta figure something out. Or maybe I'm just overcomplicating things. Maybe we can really just use a different script, like a whip. We can create a whip weapon behavior as well, right? It's not what I want. I want to try and get everything done using the projectile weapon script. Okay, I'll have a think at it. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. So I'll see you guys again. Wow. So I've thought about how to code the whip. Still think we will need to I still think we will need to code a different weapon script for it. Good thing is we can actually use the spawn variants to place where the whip is. So let me just show you what I mean. If we have, let's go to the game screen. So what we want is for the whip to spawn a little away from our character, right? So we want the whip prefab to appear, say, just a couple of units away. So if our character is in the center, then we want the whip projectile to spawn right about here. Maybe a little bit more forward, right here. So this will be 1.8 units. Maybe let's move it to about 2 units. This just about right? If we do that, we have to increase the collider size, so, or we can just move the collider back a little bit more. Not a good idea. Let's just increase the size. So if we are 2 units away from the character, this means that spawn variance wise, we can So our whip will appear around here. So this means that if we go back to scriptable object and go to whip here, we can just set the spawn variance here to 2. And this should get the whip to spawn away from the player. So actually, to test this out, we can just go to the player over here and set the starting weapon to something. Test, right? We don't have to keep waiting to get the right weapon. Player stats, damage effect, level ranges, that's level. Starting weapon is game manager, right? It's not a player character. Okay, I forget where the starting weapon is set. Where is it set? Player stats, right? Player stats. Player stats. Weapon slots. Available weapons. Close this, close this, close this. This is player inventory, sorry. It's the wrong element we're looking at. You know what, I'm just gonna do this. And we should be able to play. Can't play. Can't play because the character has no weapon. 176. Line no 176. Why don't we have a weapon? Let's just put a whip here. Can we do that? Oh, we can't because it's spawned by script, right? Okay, let's test this out using the new screen then. Start with knife. See that the whip is working? It's just appearing in all the wrong places. If I move diagonally, the whip will appear diagonally. And the spawn variance has to be set for all the levels as well. So, scriptable object, weapons, whip. Gotta set the spawn variance to 2 for every level, so that it appears in front. So then the question becomes, because if we have more than one whip, the whip will appear behind us, right? So we have to figure out how to do that. Knife character. Whip. So our whip kind of is working, but we have to use a different script because the whip spawns differently from the knife. It doesn't change its position when you move around. So let's create a different script for the whip. Gosh, this is the exciting part. So again, go to weapons folder. Let's create a new. Let's call this the whip weapon. The whip weapon will be an extension of the projectile weapon. Slightly different behavior on some parts. So it's a weapon. And we can just grab the projectile weapon right here. And we can just grab the attack function. Just gotta modify the attack function for the whip, really. And this will settle the functionality of the whip. So if there is no projectile prefab, we set the weapon on cooldown. That's fine. So instead of calculating the angle and offset of our spawn projectile, we can, because it's only left and right, right? So instead of calculating, otherwise we calculate the, okay, just testing something out. For our whip, right, the particle effect. When I flip the scale of the whip still okay, this doesn't work. -1 for the scale doesn't work. So what if I just do a 180-degree rotation? What? No, this is so -1, then it doesn't show up. So I have to set the scaling mode to hierarchy. That's all. What else do I? Maybe I can make it a vertical billboard. Nope. So the scale cannot be -1. Scale, the rotation has to be 180 degrees. And then I have to set the scaling mode to local. Nope, still doesn't work. Allow the scaling mode to shape. So what I want is when the projectile is rotated, the particle effect should be rotated as well. Right now it's not. And that is the problem. Other time the scale, simulation scales. No, not this. If we scale up the entire object, does the object gets bigger, but it doesn't scale backwards. Why doesn't it scale backwards? Normal direction. Normal direction is B1, that's correct. Render alignment. Render alignment. Looks like I'm gonna have to consult ChatGPT again. Why does my pathway that stop showing the scale of it is X? If I set it to 0.5, it still works. It's only if I scale it to -1 that it doesn't work. But if I can't rotate it as well, because if I rotate it, same direction. It's definitely not fever that I think. Oh, there we go. It's flip. Flip is the one I have to change. How can I get the higher value causes more flip? It's quite annoying that I cannot just use the scale to flip it. I'll need to, but I need to change the flip value. Culling mode. Always away. Use the parent object. Let's see if this works. If I have parent object, flip the parent object. -1. Okay, no luck, still doesn't work. So I've got to use the flip attribute here. So I was just parenting this under the parent object and flipping it, but so if I set this to -1, and flip this. Still doesn't work. Okay, then we've got to do this flipping thing then using the flip attribute. That's the only way. Or I can rotate. This, right? 180. Wait, if this is 90 degrees. Oh, I have to set the scaling mode to hierarchy. Nope, still doesn't work. Why does it not follow my rotation? What if simulation space is work? Still doesn't work. What does work though? So I think I have to set the flip attribute over here for the particle system, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would not be able to get the particle to face the direction I want. So maybe using a particle effect is not such a good idea after all, because now we are limited to the options in the particle system, which are quite a bit more difficult to manipulate. So let's go back to the code then. So status for when we go into the game and we click on play, right? It doesn't work because somewhere I made a change somewhere in the code to make it automatically load a random weapon, but I forgot where it was. So yeah, we'll go back to so it's gonna be a huge benefit if we can adjust the starting weapon from the game scene. So it's something that probably I will add later after I get the whip to work. So let's let's change the angle and offset of our spawn projectile. So over here we have spawn angle, and right now we want the whip. If the whip is facing, if we are facing right, we want the whip to face right. If we're facing left, then the whip will face left. So we will still need to add the spawn variance as well. So right here, this will be spawn angle, but the spawn angle will either be at the left or right, right? So do we need a spawn angle? Yes, we still need it, but then we're putting 0 over here. So this will either be 0 or 180 degrees. Spawn angle, we can simplify this actually then. If this is greater than 0, then we will set spawn angle to be 0, otherwise 180. Then we do the same thing here. Okay, wait, we can simplify this further. Spawn offset will be either this value, so the y will always be 0. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll be back in a bit, alright? Got some things to tend to at home while streaming. Go. 我关门了，因为我在教课，我不要让它往上课。啊。你马上回来，不要发个东西先跟手好不的，好，那个再。那你妈要吃吗？不吃我就叫你吧。对，为什么爱的？因为那里去那边，那里不会断电嘛，那个线。连那个电脑去那边，把那 WiFi。啊，我去给几个家的。哦，给你找来。上你去吧，你吃好了。对啊，我就蒸上去。还有蒸蛋。好，那有专门人。对。哦。对。And back. Let's continue with getting the projectile to work. So for the whip, the spawn offset should be only in the x direction. In the y direction can be 0, right? Because it's only on the left to right. Which means that we don't really need the spawn angle. and we do need this, and we've got to multiply the x value by whether, okay, this is gonna get a bit messy, but we need this. Okay, just call this the spawn direction. So spawn direction, and last move vector, if it's more than 0, this will be 1, otherwise this will be -1. And we can simplify this further. We can actually just do a mathf.sign, which gives us either a 0, 1, or -1 as a value. As this returns a float, we have to change this to a float. So spawn direction, let's shorten this so it's easy to type. So this will be spawn direction times the range, whatever the range is of the spawn variance. Spawn a copy of the projectile, so this doesn't need to have a rotation anymore, right? So this can be just linear identity. So after we instantiate the projectile, we will have to flip the direction of the projectile depending on where we are facing. That's the tricky part. So we already have this. This is the spawn direction. So we instantiate a projectile and flip the projectiles particle system spawn. And of course we assign the stats and then cooldown and everything else. Okay, this should be projectile weapon. So to flip the projectile's particle system sprite, we'll need to get a reference to the particle system. Get particle system. Yes. Be the renderer, right? Yes, renderer. Where's the renderer? Main particle system settings. Get particles. Let's get us particles. Get custom particle data. Nope. External forces, no. Enable emission. Let's get us the emission module. Custom data module. Is that the main module? Doesn't seem like it. The main module is this, right? But we need the renderer as well. Particle system. Must be a renderer module somewhere. Can't be the main module. Shape module, rotation module. Custom data module. No. That's the main module. Is it really the main module? Main module. And we have flip. Make some particles spin in the opposite direction. No, definitely not the main module here. Data. Not this as well. How do I change the... Okay, ChatGPT is not being helpful at all here. What does loop do? Determines whether the particle system is looping. Deprecate that. Save collision event size. All deprecated. Emitters module tag of game object. Texture sheet. Maybe we can change the flip from there as well. You see, it's the little things that delay us the most, right? Not being able to find the renderer module here. It's a big problem. I change the size. How do I choose the system? Renderer component, there we have it. Now it tells me how to find the renderer component. Oh, what? Oh, this is how you access the renderer component, huh? It's interesting. Is that really it? This is the renderer component. Particle system renderer. Use this class to render particles on the screen. Implemented it. Okay, now I got it. This is how you do it now. Particle system. PSR, this would be PS, okay, component. Particle system. So from here we can do PSR flip. So if the spawn direction is greater than 0, rather if it's less than 0, then we will have to grab the particle system and flip the projectiles particle system. So if only we can find a particle system and we try flipping, otherwise we can just ignore that so that it doesn't affect our code base. So what I'm doing here is, if I do not check for whether the particle system is there, if you assign the classes wrongly, then you may get some null reference errors. And then if we do this, this will go around that issue. Because now if the particle system is not found, then the code will not continue to find the particle system renderer. So PSR flip equals to new vector 3 1 0. So what we do here is we just flip the particle system sprite. We flip it horizontally. And maybe you want to add some support for if there is a sprite renderer. So maybe if we cannot find a particle system, support for sprite. Or actually, if we cannot find a particle system, we can just flip the auto scale, right? This works as well. So 3 1 0 minus 1. Or it's minus 1 1 1. local scale. So what I'm doing is I'm thinking about all the different ways that people might implement this. So if there isn't a particle system, then we will just flip the transform, because there may be renderers attached to the transform. Then we can just flip the scale to flip the renderer. And when I do that, what I want to do is I want to use transform local scale X, transform local scale Y, and transform local scale Z. So the reason for this is so that even if you no matter how you scale your object, when I set the local scale, it doesn't mess with your already set local scale. It's just always gonna be the same, except that local scale, yeah, I'm just gonna make it absolute, and then I'm gonna set it to be minus. It's minus when okay, this should be PS prefab that component. Yeah, so we are getting the spawn prefab. So we flip it if so this should be prefab.transform.local scale. Let's flip the projectile sprite. If the projectile is renderers Y. Okay, I think I got it. Thanks for the donation. Really appreciate it. You don't know how much you just made my day. Thank you so much. So what I'm gonna do is thanks again for the sticker, for the donation. I'm gonna credit you in our Patreon page. Let me just see if I have a record of that. So as I was saying, let's try out the whip now and see whether it flips properly. Let's go back to Unity. So now the whip appears in front, and then when we face backwards, the whip appears behind. And if we go diagonally, oh, the whip whip is still set up wrong because we did not update the weapon over here. So this weapon scriptable object, we have to make the whip the whip weapon. Yeah, so this will save the, this will use a different script for the whip now. And let's play this. And let's try and get ourselves a whip. Okay, so the whip. One more projectile. Okay, so if we fire one more projectile, we gotta have the whip here at the side. So the whip kind of works. Maybe you want to make it bigger because in the game the whip is a bit bigger, right? But if you want to do that, we will have to increase the size of the whip prefab. So if we were to set the start size to 5, it makes it bigger. Or we can go all the way up to 6. Okay, 5 should be fine. 5. And it means we have to increase the size of the collider as well. Okay, looking good. That means let's remove the whip projectiles here. 5. 4. So if we increase the size of the projectile, we will also have to increase the spawn variance. Then this will get the whip to go further away from the character when it spawns. So we have the whip working. So now we just gotta make it so that when we level up the whip, there will be whips. The whip will go on both sides. Right now we have 2 projectiles when we level up the whip, so that's gonna be a problem. And also if the whip hits something that's very close, it's gonna knock the enemies back towards the character, which means we have to change. Okay, we have to change the whip prefab a little bit, so the whip is gonna have to whip projectile. We are going to have to move the start position of the whip away from the object. Let me show you what I mean. So 0. We're gonna have to shift it away, say 1 unit. be 0.5. So the reason for that is because we want the particle system to be, or rather we want the collider to be right here. So the object is always going to be centered right here. So if we were to have the pivot of the whip, right, be at the center, then when the enemy gets hit behind the center, it's going to push the enemy towards the player character. So we have to make the collider a little bit away from, we have to make it off center and then facing the right. So if we do that, then we can actually set the spawn variance to be 0 for all our projectiles actually. So it means that we can set the spawn variance here to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0. So we want it so that the whip always pushes enemies away. Okay, but now it does. Oh yeah, now it doesn't. Now it's always facing right side. Maybe that means we have to flip the. Does that mean we have to flip the object as well? So if here we have to flip this, right? But if we flip this, then the particle system isn't shown. Back to the same problem then. So thanks again for the sticker donation. I'm not saying a name not because I don't want to say it, but I'm just afraid I'll butcher your name because I'm not very familiar with how to pronounce Vietnamese names. But thank you very much. Really appreciate this. It's things like little things like these that keep us going and doing whatever we are doing. And you see, I have this big ass smile on my face. So we gotta figure out how to flip the projectile again. Decided no, didn't work. Well, we can also change the way the script does damage. That can rectify this. If we change the way the script does damage, that means that we will have to modify the projectile script. Okay, I think I've got an idea. Let's go back to the projectile script. So in the projectile script, what we can do is we can add a variable to change how the projectile damages, how the projectile deals damage. What I mean is that whenever you deal damage with our damage system, you will have to specify where the damage is coming from, so that nullback can be applied. So when something gets hit, notice here that it says take damage, then the force that is applied is not specified. Nullback duration, nullback force. Nullback force, we can set that. Nullback duration. Okay, let's come back to this. So then this doesn't always have to be from the projectile itself. This can also be from the owner, which means we can add under the projectile, we can add an enum called damage source. And then it can be self or owner. So then we will have a public damage source, and damage source over here will be, just call it damage source. So by default, the damage source will be damage source set. But we can always change it to say owner. But then to do that, we will need to also have, or rather keep a record of who the owner of this projectile is. So then this will be transform who fired the projectile. So the owner is just who fired the projectile, and we can keep track of this in the script itself. Whenever we spawn a projectile, we can just change the owner. And I'm gonna make this public. Maybe we'll change this in the future, or maybe it's not a good thing to make it public, right? Let's make it protected in case we want to create different projectiles. Protected. And well, I still think this should be public. Short run is going to make things easier, so I didn't expect that. Public. So this gives us the owner. So this means that whenever we generate a projectile, if there is an owner to the projectile, we can set it that the owner is the one that is going to be pushing back the enemy, not the player. So here, if we have a owner, if we have a damage source option, right under let's see, right under here, wherever there's take damage, we can set a vector 3 damage source, or vector 3 source, and this source will either be, we will just, if damage source is equals to source dot owner, and owner is not null, then we will set owner dot otherwise will be transformed. If there is an owner, the damage source is set to owner. We will calculate knockback on the state of the projectile. Use that and destroys the projectile. So here take damage, here we will put in source. So then this allows us to just use the previous projectile setup that we have without all the fancy, without offsets and everything, because we having trouble flipping the prefab. So if we do that, it means we will have to change the offset here back 0, and then the collider will have no offset as well, so it's back to the same old centered projectile. So for the whip projectile, what we're gonna do is damage source will be owner. And one thing I forget is when we spawn the projectile for the whip, we will have to set the prefab owner to be equals to transform. Set ourselves to be, so the transform will refer to the whip weapon which is attached anyway to the player character, so this will refer to the player character. And don't forget that we changed the weapons spawn variant, so we gotta change it back. 5 for everything. 5, 5, 5, 2.5, 5, 5, and so every level will have a spawn variance of 2.5. Now let's see if this works fine. Spend the 50 minutes fixing the knockback of the whip. Whip. So the whip is working now, it seems. The problem is just that the whip all appears in the same place, so we've got to fix that. And then we should be golden. So for the whip, we have to have a counter for how many whips have been thrown up. And then we will just keep flipping the spawn of the whip based on where we are at. So for our whip, let's have a vector 2 here, current spawn offset. So every time we spawn the whip, we will have to set different offsets for the whip, because it'll go first right and then left, and then if you have more than one whip, it'll keep going upwards, if I'm not wrong. That's how the whip behaves, at least from what I understand when I'm playing this, like when I was playing Vampire Survivors. So this means that whenever we make an additional attack for the whip, we will have to increment the... I think we can just use an integer here. Current spawn how many times the whip has been attacking this carriage. Spawn a copy of the projectile, find the sprite, flip it, assign the stats to perform another attack. Attack count, attack interval. So whenever we attack, if this is the first time that the attack is firing, what do we do? We will have to detect when is the first time this is firing. We perform another attack. If this is the first attack being fired, we reset the... So then every time a whip spawns, we will flip the whip, right? So this means that every time the whip spawns, attack count will reduce and current spawn count will increase. So what we will do is, if the current spawn count is even, we will not flip the spawn direction. Otherwise, we will have to flip the spawn direction. Which means that over here, the spawn direction is forward. So we have a forward spawn direction. And then here, math f sign this. We can invert this if the spawn direction is calculate the angle and offset of a... Then if current spawn count is odd, we flip the direction. So it's just a little bit of math to determine which is the current spawn count that we have. So if the current spawn count that we have is say it's odd, so if the first time current spawn count will be 1, and then we add to the current spawn count. So if current spawn count is even, means i.e. more than 1 projectile, we flip the direction of the spawn. So this means we have this, and then we will multiply this by, we will do a ternary here, current spawn count modulo 2 equals to 0. So this means that if this is even, we will multiply this by -1. Otherwise, we will set it to 1. Okay, so let's try this. This should flip the projectile pretty well. So now we're gonna get the whip to level 2 and see what happens. We have no whip. Let's get garlic. Okay, now we have one whip. Base area. Still not getting a whip. There we go. See that? Now we have 2 whips. Oh, this is so cool, man. So it should hit in front and behind. There is still a knockback issue with the whip that we probably have to fix later. There we have it. Now we have 2 whips. So what we can do as well is we can just give me a second to organize my thoughts. So what we can do as well is in the future, because we have these things called duplicators, right? What duplicators do is they are passive items in Vampire Survivors that increases the number of projectiles you can fire. So you have some characters who are able to fire more than 2 whips. So what we can do is we can in our code for the whip projectile we can include logic for what happens when you have more than 2 whips. So if you have more than 2 whips, what we are going to do is, once we increase the current spawn count, so we're going to add one more current spawn y offset. So this is if there are more than 2 whips, we will start offsetting. So I'm just gonna try this out. The whip will flip whenever you have more than 2 of them now. So what we also want to do is whenever we increase the current spawn count, if current spawn count is more than 2 and it's odd, so it's odd means it's not equals to 0. Everywhere the next projectile should spawn. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna have a current spawn offset. Current spawn y offset of, let's say, 1. So what this does is that as we increase the number of projectiles that we have, the projectiles will just keep spawning upwards. So let me just show you how that looks like. Oh, I didn't show my code, right? So what I did was very simple. I added a current spawn y offset. This is like a counter to how much higher than the player's position it should spawn at. And then inside here, what I've done was I've added this condition where if current spawn count is greater than 2, meaning if you have more than 2 projectiles, and then now we are firing either the 3rd or the 5th or the 7th projectile, we will just increase the current spawn y offset by 1. And then what we're gonna do inside the inside the spawn offset here is we're just gonna set this to spawn current spawn y offset. And let's test this out. And I'm just gonna get my whip to at level 1 have 3 projectiles just to show how this looks like. 3 projectiles. And then let's hope we get a whip. The first level up. So if we have 3 projectiles, see that? But right now the problem is it keeps going up, and that's because of a little oversight I have, and that is when this is the first time this fires. I'm gonna set the current spawn count to 1 and current spawn y offset 0. And it's always exciting to create new weapons, right? It's so cool to see this weapon in action. The unfortunate thing is that we had to create a new script for it, but I don't think there's any way we can avoid that. Then after we are done with the weapon system, then we can fix a lot more of the other systems we have in the game. Didn't get the whip, never mind. So we have the whip. So if we have 3, look at that. So it just spawns like that. So if we level up the whip again, we get 4. So the more whips we get, then the more the whips will appear. Let's level up again. Okay, we're not getting the whips. No whip again. I just wanna get a whip so I can show you what happens if we have 4 projectiles. So now we have 4, right? So see that? It's not as obvious as, but you can see there's 4 of them and alternates. So it's just like the game now. Okay, so we are done with the whip. There's one thing that I left out, and that's the area of the whip. Because the area can grow, right, as you level up the whip, so we probably have to deal with that as well. So this means that the whip grows larger and larger as the further we go, which means we will have to scale the projectile over time as we level the whip up. That's gonna be a very quick implementation. Let me just set the whip number back to 1 again. And so for the area, we just gotta go back to the projectile script and then just make it so that when the projectile spawns, it'll scale itself up based on based on the size of our that we set. So I'm gonna also remove the print messages here because I don't want to fill up the entire console with many print messages. Let's clean up our print messages here as well. And also here, depart, many more drop logs. So let's find our projectile script. And when the projectile spawns, oh, it's already updating with the area, so that's fine. It means that the area is really growing as we level the weapon. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a short break. When we come back, we will code the X weapon. X is gonna be very fast. It's just shooting. Like the X always comes out at an angle, right? So it's either left or right, and then it's like, let's see if we can find the GIF of the X. I'm gonna just quickly get myself a cup of tea before we continue on with the stream. Vampire survivors. X throws X's above the player, which downward arcs. Which downward arcs are affected by gravity. First X is thrown directly above the character. Oh, okay. Progressively wider arcs. Yeah, survivors. Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we will start coding the X. Gonna put my tea break. The tea break image over here. I just saw the other super thanks. Thank you so much for your donation. Really awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go back off again. I got my fix, I'm back. And let's create the last weapon for today. We have 25 minutes. Let's do it. So the first thing I'm gonna do is again, new weapon data. And this would be X, right? So with the X, let's just leave it as a projectile weapon first. Later on, we are going to modify that. Later on, we're gonna create a new script for it. Okay, but now let's just leave it as a projectile weapon first. The sprite of the X will obviously be an X. So let's find an X sprite. So the X is one of the weapons that we have, right? Let's find something that looks like an X. It's a shotgun, there's a sword, there's a helmet, spear, there's a I don't know how to pronounce this. Skymita, I think. We have no X. There we go, we have an X here. So the X is going to be this. And let me just copy all the stats of the X. So the X's description is high damage, high area scaling. So high damage, high area scaling. Here, X. Projectile, we'll create it. Let's create it now actually. Let's create a projectile for the X. So the X is just going to be just a regular projectile. So we're just gonna grab the sprite, and because the X is rotating, right? It's just a static thing. So we don't really have to orient the X in a correct direction. We can just use an X sprite like that. Maybe we can find a better one later. And let's see. Let's add a projectile. And what else? Let's add a cycle glider. Let's move it up. So the X will, maybe you want to make it a bit smaller, the area. So it's just gonna keep rotating. So what the X does is when it spawns, it's just gonna be turning, like it's just gonna be spinning. So here we have the X, and for the projectile, the source will be self. Okay, it won't be owner. We can let's rename the option to, let's make it more descriptive. So the projectile, let's call this instead of calling it self, let's call it projectile. So this it makes it clearer that the source of the damage is the projectile. And this will be damage source dot projectile. And then we also want to add an additional attribute over here. Public vector 3. This will be rotation speed. This is just to make the X rotate. So for projectiles that do not rotate, the rotation speed will be 0, 0, 0. But for projectiles that do rotate, they will rotate every frame. Simple as that. So we also have a fixed update frame here. where we move the projectile over time. Oh, there's a mistake here. This shouldn't be delta time. This is fixed update. Then this should be fixed delta time. Small little error here. And since we are already moving the projectile here, let's also do a it's rd can just do transform.rotate and then rotation speed times time dot fixed delta time. So what we have here now is that if a projectile has a rotation speed, it just keeps spinning. And the x goes in an arc, right? So we want the x to fall after some time, which means we will have to, in the editor itself, we will have to, let's get the rotation speed to be say 30 or something. So then what we have here is that when the game plays, the X will just start rotating and falling. I don't know if we can see that. It's in the camera, right? The X. Where is my X? X is gone. Where did the X go? Driving scale of 1. Collision detection. We should make this continuous because it's a projectile. I wonder what's wrong. Anyway, let's just save this X projectile first. Then we will reset the position here. It's rotating right here, but I don't know where it is. Is it the case for all the projectiles that whenever we add it onto the scene, it just doesn't show up? If we were to throw, let's say I will fire one projectile, does it also not show up on the screen? Is it because it doesn't have any stats? That's why. Because if we disable the projectile script, I think the thing should show up. So there's something wrong with the projectile script. Yeah, the issue is with the projectile script, it seems. What is it with the projectile script that's causing it to go away? is it the start function? Just give me some time to figure out why the projectile script is causing the projectiles to become hidden when I play the game. So when I comment out the start function, the projectiles start to show up when I play the game. It's only when this local scale thing is the problem. Oh, the scale is set to 0. Okay, I get the issue now. Let me see if I can quickly rectify this. Stats. Area is 0, 0, 0. It's all 0. Well, we can just if area is 0, then we will set it to like 1 or something. Load area equals to stats area. If it's equals to 0, then we'll set it to 1, otherwise we'll set it to stats area. Area and then destroy the projectile after it lives. Okay, now the projectile should be on the scene, and we can. So the idea is we want the projectile to be testable on the scene. We don't want it to only be testable when we spawn them. And we also want the projectiles to be. So over here, our fire one. Sorry, our X projectile. We want it to be susceptible to gravity as well. So the gravity scale here is 1. But it doesn't fall because I think there is no gravity in the game. Which is a problem then. So gravity has been set to 0. Where is it? Gravity. We have no gravity over here. More problem we have. So ideally what we want is we want the gravity to be the default value. Oh, you guys can't see the gravity window. So initially the gravity was set to 0, and then we want to change it to 0.987. And the idea behind changing the gravity is because, well, we want there to be gravity so that, you know, because for the X, right, gravity applies to it. And then we want all our enemies and everything to not be affected by gravity. So everything else we gotta set the gravity scale. So like for example the knife projectile here. Does it have a gravity scale? It's kinematic, so that's fine. This is kinematic as well, so that's fine. So let's look at all the other prefabs. We gotta make sure all the prefabs with a rigid body have a gravity scale of 0. Which means, well, the X should have a gravity scale of 1. That's fine because it needs to fall. The enemies will have to have a gravity scale of 0. If it even has a rigid body. It doesn't have a rigid body though. So if we add gravity to the game, does it affect anything? Everything will start falling, right? It should be minus 9.87. So the x will start falling. Seems to be falling very slowly as well. Oh, that's because of okay, we have a couple of problems here. So the projectile over here projectiles are all kinematically driven, which is the problem. Let's set the gravity back to 0 then. We may want to change it back later on. So I'm setting gravity back to 0 here. And then we'll just artificially add gravity to the projectile script then. So there's a rotation speed here. And then let's add a public vector 3 gravity as well. So this will be a vector 2, 0, 9.87 by default, right? This is what the Earth's gravity is. So we're just going to add gravity to the velocity. So if we add gravity, we will need to have a velocity for the game object as well, right? It means that we will have to change the script. Stats, speed, stats fixed. The other time. So if we want to use gravity, then we will also have to gravity. We will also have to have a. This should be a vector 2 as well. Means this should have that. There should also be a vector 2 velocity. So I'm not sure why we are custom coding the gravity. Actually, we actually can. Okay, I've got an idea actually. Let's remove all of this, and what we're gonna do is for the fix update, this controls the movement of the object, but we are only gonna use this if the rigid body's kinematic body type of this is equals to rigid body type 2D not kinematic. So only if this is a kinematic, or rather only if this is a kinematic, then we will artificially drive this. And if it is not a kinematic, we don't have to drive the body, we will just have to set the velocity of the object. So only drive movement themselves with this. Otherwise, we'll use the rigid bodies movement. I think that will sound. I think that would be great. Then over here, same thing. If RB body type equals to rigid body type 2D only if this is dynamic. We will set the RB angular velocity to be equals to rotation. Okay, we've got something that kind of works now. So if we play this, the X starts rotating, and if we were to grab the X projectile and let's say we set the rotation speed here to say -180, this will rotate a lot faster. So then we kind of got our X working. And then the next thing we want to do is so what I've done was we've retrofitted the projectile system to work with both rigid body, dynamic rigid bodies, and kinematic rigid bodies. So if it's a kinematic rigid body, what's gonna do is just gonna continue doing what it's doing, but if it's dynamic one, it's gonna be susceptible to gravity. And then we will have to go in there and make sure our enemies do not get affected by gravity. So let's head into the game and see whether the enemies are affected. I don't think they should be affected. So they have a collider, and I think that's about it. But our player may be affected, so we've got to check them out, check the character out. Prefabs, chunks. The chunks do not have rigid bodies as well. Passive items, do they have rigid bodies? No, don't think so. Pickups. Pickups do not have rigid bodies, so the only thing that has a rigid body, I think, is the character, right? The props have rigid bodies. They have no rigid bodies as well. So where is our character? Where's character prefab? Character prefab characters, blah 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 blah. Enemies. Okay, let me just prefab the X projectile. And then we'll figure out how let's play the game, and then we'll see if the rigid body affects it. So our character here has a rigid body. Character is so what I was doing just now was I was just checking through if there's any rigid bodies, because we set the gravity in the game back. So now the character is getting affected by the rigid body, which means we will need to set the, but there is no character prefab now. So is the character created dynamically? I assume not. Created, it's in the game scene, you have the player here. So we just gotta find the rigid body of the player. And how is the player moved? Player is moved with player movement, right? So then rigid body, input management. And then we set the velocity of the player. So player is moved with velocity. So then we just have to grab the player and set the rigid body's gravity scale to 0. And that will fix the issue with the gravity actually. So let's just check that nothing else in the game falls. So even if we have gravity, everything works fine. So now we can start coding the X projectile. I think that will be a pretty straightforward task. Okay, let's quickly create the X now. So the X has to spawn just above the player's head. So we can create a new script, and let's call this X weapon. So the X is just tossed upwards and it's facing where the character is facing. So we can create a new X weapon, and then the X weapon we can just copy the logic for the projectile weapon. We'll just grab the attack here. So it's always gonna be a similar logic, right? So X weapon will inherit from projectile weapon. So now the spawn angle of this weapon is always gonna be upwards. So we can just get the spawn angle to point. Okay, so the spawn angle over here, we don't need the spawn angle, we can just use no rotation. And it points upwards, right? So we have to set the velocity of the object. So we instantiate it, and under projectile, if the body type is dynamic, what we'll do is we will set the velocity of the projectile to be equals to wherever the projectile is, wherever the object is facing, which means spawn dot get current stats it's just stats. So we just want to point the X upwards whenever one of them spawns. So it spawns, and we want to, this will be transform dot up. In other words, what is transform dot up? We can just change the spawn angle. Let's go back to here. So we want the rotation to face upwards. Upwards would be 90 degrees. Okay. So 90 degrees upwards means spawn angle is gonna be quaternion pointer 0, 0, 90. So X is just always gonna shoot upwards. Oh, this is a float, so this 90. So then this will be quaternion order 0, 0 spawn. And the spawn offset is not gonna be a factor, right? Oh yeah, wait, it's a factor. But we don't need to take into account the rotation for the X. So it just spawns upwards and it falls down at a certain speed. And that's it. So probably if we are looking to simplify the code a little bit more, we probably will have to make it so that we don't have to make so many copies of the because we are still repeating a bit of code, so there's still quite some room for optimization when it comes to how we organize our code and everything for the projectile weapon. Something that we can optimize a little bit. Let's add the X onto the player. So under player inventory, we have available weapons. One more available weapon. This time it'll be the X weapon. And we've got to fill up the stats for the X as well. So the projectile will be the X projectile. that we've just created. Weapons, projectiles, X projectile. And then let's copy the values. So high damage, high area scaling, that's the X's description. So I just assigned X projectile. The lifespan of the X will be, I think it's gotta stay around for quite a while. Let's see. Maybe let's set it to 5. Damage is high damage, 20 damage. Variance, I'm just gonna set it to 3. What's the area of the X? Starts at 1. Always starts at 1. The speed of the X will be 1 as well. Speed is 1, amount is 1. Speed is 1, amount is 1. Cooldown. Cooldown is 4 seconds. The X. Interval. How many X's are tossed? 0.2 seconds. Knockback will be 1. Number of X's 1. Piercing, it pierces through everything. Only pierces through 3 objects. I thought it pierced through more. Max instances 99. Max level is 8. And we've got to set the linear growth, so we have level 2. Level 2 of the X gives us 1 more projectile. And level 3 gives base damage up by 20. So level 1 more X appears for level 2. For level 3, base damage is increased, wow, by 20. And then there's no more increase in the X's though. Level 4 is passes through 2 more enemies. Level 4 passes through 2 more enemies. So the number increases by, piercing increases by 2. Then level 5. Level 5 will be the same as level 3, so base damage up by 20. So we've got a 0 out here, base damage up by 20. This is 1 more projectile, base damage up by 20. Passes through 2 more enemies, base damage up by 20. And passes through 2 more enemies again. And then fires 1 more projectile. And so it keeps repeating, right? So level 5 will be the same as level 4. Sorry, level 5 will be the same as passes through 2 more enemies, base damage up by 20. So level 5 is fires 1 more projectile, my bad. Level 5 is the same as level 2. Level 5 is the same as level 2. Sorry, level 6 is the same as level 2. Fires 1 more projectile, and then level 7 will be passes through 2 more enemies again. And then level 8 will be base damage up by 20. Okay. So level 8, base damage up. Okay. So now that we have everything set up, we can try this out. So let's make sure that our X weapon it's using the X weapon script. And then let's try this out and see whether the X works. I think it should be pretty straightforward. The X is not difficult to code. Wait. Wait. if we added the X to the available weapons for the player, I don't think we have, right? Player stats, whip, X. Okay, let's test this out. I think we should be almost there. And then we will just have one more thing to add for the X, and we should be done with it. X, there we go. So the X should be firing, but because it is the prefab is not set up properly. Why is that? Because the prefab over here should be sorting layer should be foreground. That is why it wasn't appearing just now. Let's try it again. X. So the axis collider is not a trigger, that's the other problem. And probably the speed has to be higher for the X. Let's set this to be a trigger first. And then under the scriptable object weapons, X. Let's increase the speed of the X. Yeah, one is just a little too sad. It's not gonna have enough push. Usually flies higher, right? So knife character. X. There we go. X is now working. Let's increase the speed a little bit more because it jumps a little bit higher. It doesn't arc is not high enough. There we go, the X is working well. So now we just gotta make the X such that actually that's pretty okay, right? See that? That's pretty okay. So just to fix a couple of bugs very quickly, for the X. Sorry, not the X, for the pickups. So there's a rigid body here, we just gotta set the gravity scale to 0. Same thing with the rigid body for the potion, and for the treasure chest doesn't have a rigid body. So because now we have gravity, the gravity is pulling on the objects. So it's important for us to neutralize the effect of gravity on all these objects. So the last thing before we wrap up for today is if we have multiple X's that are being spawned. So here let's create a new integer current spawn count as well. So this counts the number of times the eggs has been spawned. So here, if current cooldown is less than or equals to 0, if this is the first time the egg has been spawned, this is the first time the egg has been spawned, we will set current spawn count to equals to 1. And then every time the egg spawns, we will increase the current spawn count. And sorry, I forgot to share my coding screen. So it's the same thing as the whip. We are adding a current spawn count. Then here, if current cooldown is less than 0, we set the spawn count to 1, and every time something spawns, we will set the current spawn count upwards. Okay, this should be 0, my bad. This is 0. So for the whip, the current spawn count here should be 0 as well. And this should be not equals to 0. Modulo. So if the current is greater than 1, and this is equals to 0. Okay, just modifying the math a little bit. I realized I got the math a little bit wrong. If current spawn count here is 0, and when we spawn, we will increase current spawn count. And then the spawn angle here, what we will do is we will increase the spawn. Let's add. So this will be 90 degrees to upwards. Minus 5 current spawn count. And then what we will do as well is we will get the current move direction. So the last move vector, this is where we are facing. So this will be mathf.design. Okay, it's a fair bit of math. I'm gonna have to create a video to explain all of this sometime. And then probably after I simplify the projectile weapon script. So let's try this out actually. Let's try this out. I think everything should be working, fingers crossed. So let's try out all the weapons. It's just one final review of everything that we have. I'm gonna play everything on full screen. I have a lot of confidence that everything will be working. So I'm gonna maximize on play. So let's test the X out. X should be working good. The whip as well should be working. And then let's level the whip, and then we have 2 whips. And then let's see what happens when we get more X's. So now we have 2 X's. There we go. And that's all for this stream. So thanks for all the super thanks that you guys have sent in. Really appreciate it as usual. We'll be releasing a coding stream. We'll be releasing a summary of the coding stream. So it'll cover the light. We're gonna release a video about how the lightning effect was created, and then we're just gonna release a short video very soon. Probably we will release a summary of the coding streams in lesser frequency now. I'm gonna do a couple more. I'm gonna do a few coding streams and then we will summarize everything all together instead of doing one every week because that's a lot of work. So now we have 6 weapons. In the next stream, I'm probably gonna clean up the weapon system and then prepare the weapon system so that we can do a part 15 of the series. Thanks for tuning in and supporting, for those of you who have, and really appreciate you guys. I really enjoy doing this, so it's a fortune, it's a blessing to be able to do this. I'm gonna have to make a move now, so I've overshot my end stream time. I'll see you guys next week.